alleviate stress of folks involved in remediating some of these vulnerabilities. And Max is going to talk a little bit about something that happens here, not horribly often, but often enough, and that we have a little bit of a deviation on our advisory from the advisory of the project. And I think that's one of the things that sort of makes our data special and makes our team, the team that Axe is on, special. So Axe, I'm going to let you take it away and talk about this month's vulnerability, your recommendation, and
to influence the input being sent to CGS.
ねえ、写真撮ろう。
いいよ、撮ろう。
こっち向いてね。
これでカイ君はユキのボーイフレンド。
マジック消しゴムならキャンバ。
やめろ
頑張れ。その声は届いている。みんなの声が選手の背中を押している。その声はやがて大きなエネルギーになって帰ってくるから。頑張れはめぐる。リクルートスタッフィング。まだここにない出会い。リクルート。
Hi, this is Ekisara. In this video, we are going to see about a tool secure Tomcat JDBC. So before going to what is Tomcat JDBC, I'd like to show you what is secure Tomcat JDBC. It's a solution to use an encrypted password in Tomcat JDBC context analysis. I know if you have worked in Tomcat for a good period of time when you have a database connecting application, you might have definitely faced this situation where you are using the clear text password in context analysis. So let's start from the traditional approach. I will show you how we are using the passwords. So I have my Tomcat instance at the background box. Let me quickly bring it up. Yeah, so even if you go here, Tomcat JDBC connection, if you search, if you go here, you would be able to see the syntax that they are giving for context.xml is something like this. Do you see this? I hope this is the way that everyone is using, and you will be able to see that the factory that they are using is an arc.apache. If you're not able to see this, let me copy this to a code so that you will be able to see it. So let's close this. Yeah. Yes. Are you able to? I hope this is the one. Let's change it to XML. This is the typical context that we used to use in which you will be using the factory. The factory element will have the class file name, which is arc.apache.jdbc.v data source factory, which comes from the Tomcat underscore jdbc.jar, which will be available in our Apache Katina home /lib/Tomcat jdbc.jar. So that's where this is coming from. And the another thing that we do, this is a driver. This is a driver jar. So this will also be available either in the application, or it will be available in the lib directory. And where is the password? Yes, you see this? So this is what I was talking about. The password is a clear text password. So we are having a clear text password here, which is a security issue. So this secure Tomcat JDBC is here to address that. So you can just see it's a solution. So what is secure Tomcat JDBC? It's a solution to use encrypted password in Tomcat JDBC. It's not a new or relatively kind of innovation. It is just an extension of the same Apache.tomcat.jdbc pool data source factory. The same factory, which is an extension. and it uses an AES algorithm to encrypt and decrypt the password. It is a connection factory alternative. It is an alternative for this factory, and all the configuration parameters can be retained and can be used. So whatever the configuration you see, it will be same except the factory. So before I come to this point, I wanted to show you the difference between the regular context.xml with secure Tomcat JDBC implementation. In a regular context XML, we would be using the factory as arc.apache.tomcat JDBC pool data source factory, which is something that we see here, and which comes from Tomcat JDBC.jar. On the other hand, if you see, the factory that we are using is secure Tomcat data source IMPL, which is something that we are preparing. And the password you see here, it's a clear text password, and here we are going to use an encrypted password. So that's what the secure Tomcat JDBC is offering us. And now I think this point would make more meaningful. All the configuration parameters can be retained and can be used. So you can just see that we have just changed the factory and the password elements. Other than that, everything would be the same. Max active, min idle, max wait, remove abandoned, everything which you can use with the traditional Apache Tomcat JDBC pool data source factory, which you can use with the secure Tomcat data source IMPL as well. And the next point is it is actually built in with some shell scripts and the Java file. It's basically a Java files. There are two major Java files is there behind this secure Tomcat JDBC. I'll show you. And there is a wrapper shell script, and it works well with Tomcat 7 and Tomcat 8. I actually tried to make it for Hi, this is Eki Sara. In this video, we are going to see about a tool, secure Tomcat JDBC. Yeah, so even if you go here, Tomcat JDBC connection pool, if you search, if you go here, you would be able to see the syntax that they are giving for context.xml is something like this. Do you see this? I hope this is the way that everyone is using, and you will be able to see that the factory that they are using is an arc.apache. I think if you're not able to see this, let me copy this to a code so that we will be able to see it a little better. So let's close this. Yeah. Yes. Are you able to find this is the one? Let's change it to XML. Yeah. This is the typical context that we used to use in which you will be using the factory. The factory element will have the class file name, which is arc.apache.jdbc.data source factory, which comes from the Tomcat jdbc.jar, which will be available in our Apache Catlina home /lib/Tomcat jdbc.jar. So that's where this is coming from. And the another thing that we do, this is a driver. This is a driver jar. So this will also be available later in the application, or it will be available directly. And where is the password? Yes, you see this? This is what I'm starting with. The password is a clear text password. So we are having a clear text password here, which is a security issue. So this secure Tomcat JDBC is here to address that. So you can just see it's a solution. So what is secure Tomcat JDBC? It's a solution to use encrypted password in Tomcat JDBC. It's not a new or native innovation. It is just an extension of the same Apache.tomcat JDBC bool data source factory is the same factory as an extension, and it uses an AES algorithm to encrypt and decrypt the password. It is a connection factory alternative. It is an alternative for this factory, and all the configuration parameters can be retained and can be used. So whatever the configuration you see, it will be same except the factory. So before I come to this point, I wanted to show you the difference between the regular context.xml with secure Tomcat JDBC implementation. In a regular context XML, we would be using the factory as arg.apache.tomcat JDBC data source factory, which is something that we see here, and which comes from Tomcat JDBC.jar. On the other hand, if you see, the factory that we are using is secure Tomcat data source IMPL, which is something that we are preparing. And the password you see here, it is clear text password, and here we are going to use an encrypted password. So that's what the secure Tomcat JDBC is offering us. And now I think this point would make more meaningful. All the configuration parameters can be retained and can be used. So you can just see that we have just changed the factory and the password elements. Other than that, everything would be the same. Max active, min idle, max wait, remove abandoned, everything which you can use with the traditional Apache Tomcat JDBC pool data source factory, which you can use with the secure Tomcat data source IMPL as well. And the next point is it is actually built in with some scripts and the Java file. It's basically a Java files. There are two major Java files there behind this secure Tomcat JDBC. I'll show you. And there is a wrapper shell script, and it works well with Tomcat 7 and Tomcat 8. I actually tried to make it for Tomcat 6, but it is not working because it is using a DBCP pool configuration. If you go to Tomcat 6, I may be able to show you. Let it come. So if you see, Tomcat uses a jar file. There will be no jar file like Tomcat JDBC.jar in the lib directory of Catalina. There instead in Tomcat 6 there will be a file called dbcp.jar. So it was very earlier and very old methodology to connect to the data source databases, but early there if you go to Tomcat, it is written with as well. Okay, using to show you. So if you Tomcat uses a jar file, then there will be no jar file like jar, the lib directory of Catalina. Instead, there will be a file called dbcp.jar. So it was very earlier and very old methodology to connect to the data source databases, but now it is no longer being used since Tomcat 7. So I have made this and tested it with Tomcat 7 and Tomcat 8. Now Tomcat JDBC.jar can be put into the Tomcat 6 library and can be used, but I'm not sure how well the secure Tomcat JDBC would work with Tomcat 6. I would encourage you to go ahead and test and post it. And it leaves no footprint, like no security key and the password. It's actually not leaving anywhere in the file system. So it is, I would say that it is more secure. And it has an additional logging facility. The log useful information, I will show what is the logging facility. And the 10th point, which is important, is completely open source. You can tweak it to see all your needs. Now let's go back. Now let me show some typical infrastructure where there is a clear text password. Then I will show you how we are going to fix it. I just logged into the CentOS instance where there is a Tomcat supposed to be running. Let me quickly start it. And Tomcat. If you go here, let me show you something before Tomcat. CentOS instance password. Then I will show you how we are going to fix it. I just logged Start this instance. Oh, sorry, I was like to start.
standard. Thus, hot, solid, gold. Worth your weight in gold. Boy and girl, golden egg, golden age, golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue?
Second, same schema. Thirdly, we have same port. If all these three things are the same between the iframe and the website, only then the browser lets you read cross-domain data. This does not just apply to frames, but it also applies to other things like AJAX requests. Now that you know a bit about the fundamentals, let's continue our journey with CSRF attacks. For cross-site request forgery, right? Logged into your account on... No, you're wrong. In fact, it just became your nightmare. It basically deleted your account on vulnerable.com just by visiting cat.com. Let's break this down so that we can understand it a bit more. You've logged into your account on vulnerable.com and you have some cookies saved in your browser, same as usual. If you click on the delete button, it will send a delete request to this endpoint, vulnerable.com/delete my account. But when you visit cat.com, there was a request made to the exact same endpoint, vulnerable.com/delete my account. But it was made from cat.com. And now, remember what I told you earlier. On every single request, the cookies are automatically sent to the website regardless of your current domain, unless there are some flags set to it, which we're not going to talk about. But anyways, this means that a delete action happens in the context of your session, ultimately deleting your account forever. So in short, cat.com forged a delete request to the vulnerable.com. This is CSRF, or cross-site request forgery. This is an old vulnerability, it's been here for a very long time, and there are proper protections against this. And one popular and widely accepted solution is by using randomized tokens, which are also called as anti-CSRF tokens. This will be generated randomly by the web application in the backend and sent to the website. On every request, it's validated so that the other website can't make cross-origin requests or cross-domain requests because of the fact that it doesn't have any knowledge about this new token. Earlier, I also talked a bit about same origin policy. The reason for this is because I wanted to make a point clear. By doing CSRF, there is no same origin policy bypasses, which means we're simply making requests to other websites, which are totally allowed, but we can't read the responses, which is basically blocked by same origin policy. But again, no rules of same origin policy is broken. Now that we know the idea behind this attack, we can take a look at the code behind cat.com to understand everything a bit more. As you can see, we have a form, and the action of this form is set to delete endpoint of the vulnerable application, and the method is set to post. One additional thing that you can see is that there's some JavaScript which submits the form automatically, so that there's no user interaction whatsoever. In addition, instead of form submissions, you can also use JavaScript to make AJAX requests in the background so everything happens asynchronously. Simple, but not always. Sometimes the web server will be expecting some JSON value because we see a lot of APIs these days, and it's very common for you to find CSRF with some JSON in it. As you know, in HTML, the normal post request is going to be through a form, and usually post data, when it comes through a form, has the generic key value pair, but not JSON. If you think about how these post parameters are created from the HTML elements, you can actually figure a way around this. Suppose we had an endpoint called /deleteItem, which takes a JSON post data and deletes the specific item. As you can see, we have some JSON data here, and we need to send it over to the website as a CSRF attack. But how can we send JSON data using forms? because form submissions are not JSON stuff, right? You can pause the video for a second and try to think about how you can actually make it JSON. Alright, let's create a simple form to try this out. If we set the name of the item to something like Apple and send a request, we can see what's actually going on. As you can see, the majority of the string is controlled by the user. So let's try to craft something that looks like JSON. In the left,
転職サービスってどこがいいんだろう。
求人数が多い方が選択肢が広いんです。
だからリュウダは2人に1人が使っている。
つまり4人に2人でしょうね。
選ぶならリュウダ。働いて笑おう。パーソル。
本年度アカデミー賞受賞。
Knew that what we were making was special.
ブルータリスト。Big screen, local cinema.
in the left you can see the item name and the value, which is Apple. But we need something like this, a proper valid JSON string. Now, let's go step by step into creating from this to this. First off, we need some curly brackets. We can simply replace the item name to our JSON string. As you can see, we are already a lot closer. We have everything we need, but
folder, and on you will see several files, and several files will see Tomcat.
修理後の納車無料で助かりました。
Desperate Cat was a hard Java web hacking captcha. Each team has to have their own isolated instance, and to handle the scheduling and prevent denial of service attacks, they ask you to solve a computationally expensive task as a proof of work, like Bitcoin mining or a captcha. But what I didn't realize immediately, one in our team noticed it, this method for proof of work is inherently flawed. There are essentially only hex FFFFF possible combinations. So there are only a little bit over 1 million possible hashes. And we can write a simple Python script to brute force all of them. Just throw random input at it and remember the inputs based on the first 5 hex characters. This runs for like 2 minutes, and in the end you have a huge dictionary with pre-calculated solutions. So when we connect and it challenges us with the 5 hex characters, we simply query the dict and we get our pre-calculated input that will generate the MD5 hash that starts with these 5 hex characters. This is a bit like how rainbow tables work, if you ever wondered. Anyway, with this port we now have access to our unique instance, and if we had the solution, we could hack the site and get the flag. We immediately know we have a Java web hacking challenge here. Besides that, with Docker build, and I code to figure out what happened. Content. The source for that is clear when you look into the code. This is prepended and appended to the content. And yes, that is there to make the challenge more annoying. Now, we just uploaded a JSP file, so you might think we can just try out a basic JSP web shell and get remote code execution. Easy. But see what happens when we upload that. When we browse to that file, we see just text. The evil characters were HTML encoded, and looking at the sources again, we can see that these evil characters are replaced. We cannot use pointy brackets, and even if we could, we cannot use parentheses for function calls or even quotes for strings. Does that mean JSP injection is not possible at all? Well, besides the typical JSP tags with direct code execution, there also exists the JSP expression language, and that uses curly braces. It's less known, I guess, because usually you just do the basic JSP shell, but even if you didn't know about the expression language, you might even just stumble over this when you are trying out typical template injection strings or fuzz inputs. In this case, this multiplication 5 times 5 works, and the output is 25. And when you provoke an error, the stack trace also tells you about the EL expression language feature. Alright, up until this point, I haven't even started working on the challenge. I didn't figure out any of that. With very hard CTFs, it's typical you do not solve the challenges alone. And for this challenge, we were multiple people hanging out.
This video tutorial will cover how to deploy bar in the Tomcat cluster. This video tutorial I will cover approach 2. I already covered approach 1 and I have updated separate video. If you want to know more about approach 1, please log into my channel and watch that video. Okay. Now I will cover approach 2, how to deploy bar in the Tomcat web server. So in Tomcat WebApps folder there is no war file is present. I am just starting the server now. So server has been started. I am accessing the URL. So this is a Tomcat home page. Okay, and using manager application we can deploy the var in Tomcat server. Okay, so I am clicking manager app, but it is asking username and password. Okay, so we have to configure this username password in Tomcat users.xml, okay, which is there in Tomcat conf folder. Okay, so I have to configure this one, then I have to restart. what I will do is first I will shut down the server. So server has been shut down. So if you access this URL, you won't get anything because server has been shut down. Now I will open Tomcat users.xml and I will configure username, password and role. Okay, so when you open Tomcat users.xml, you can see this one, all things are commented. Okay, so I have to configure username and password and role, right? So I have the information. I'm just copying and place it in Tomcat users.xml. and removing the command lines. And I'm just saving this one. So username, password is admin and roles are admin, manager GUI, manager script. Okay, I am just starting the server now. So server has been started. I'm accessing the URL, so you can see the Tomcat homepage. So I'm clicking the manager app. So here I'm giving username, password, admin. I'm clicking the login. So it will show Tomcat web application manager. Okay, so currently this many applications are running inside the Tomcat web server. Now I want to deploy the new war file. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to go to this deploy section. So here one option is there, war file to deploy. So I have to click this choose file button. So in desktop I have display all headers.war file. So I am just clicking open. So that war file has been selected. Okay, then I have to just click the deploy button to deploy the war file. So now you can see the war file has been deployed, and you can see the path here and the display name. Okay, so I am right clicking display all headers and open the link. So you can see the web application is deployed. We can access that application. Okay, so here there are so many options are there. You can stop. So now the application at context path display all headers has been stopped. Okay, so now if you try to access, you can't access. So if you want to start again, click this start button. So you can see okay, started application at the context path display all headers. So if you try to access, you can see the page. And now if you want to undeploy, that also possible. Click this undeploy button so that it will be undeployed from this Tomcat web server. Okay, so many options are there in Tomcat web application manager. So you can use this one to deploy, undeploy, stop, start. So all those operations you can do. Okay, now I will do a quick review of what and all steps I have followed in order to deploy a war file in the Tomcat web server. Okay, so in Tomcat web server there is a concept called manager application. So using that we can deploy the war file. So first what I have to do is I have to edit the Tomcat user.xml. Okay, so by default it will be like that, all the things will be commented. So I have to configure username, password and roles. So I configured like this. Okay, so username, password is admin and roles are admin, manager GUI and manager script. Okay, then I started the server. Then in localhost 8080 you can see manager app. So when you click manager app button, it will open this pop-up where you have to give admin and admin, that is username and password, and click on login. It will open Tomcat web application manager. So here you can see a list of web applications which are currently running in the Tomcat web server. Then I want to deploy the new war file, right? So what I did is in deploy section there is war file to deploy section is there, and I clicked on choose file and I selected display all headers.war. This is a war I want to deploy, and I clicked open. So that the war file has been selected, and I click deploy. So that display all header web application has been deployed in the Tomcat web server. So here you can see that one, and display name of the web application you can see here. Okay, then I clicked on display all headers path. Then it opened the web page. Okay, so this is about how to deploy war in Tomcat web server, and thanks for watching. Bye.
This video tutorial I will explain how to install Tomcat 9 in Windows operating system. Search for Tomcat 9 download. You will get this link. Here download the 64-bit Windows zip. Zip file is downloading. Zip file is downloaded. Copy this path till bin folder. Use the command catalina.bat. Run. Tomcat server has been started. Here you can see the Tomcat index page. You can get Java source code link for each video in the description section of the video. Here you can see the description section. Click on show more, and here you can see the Java source code links. Click on these links to get the Java source code.
This is Bill Stewart, and in this video I'm going to show you how to request and install a Windows domain certificate from a Windows Certification Authority into Apache Tomcat web browser. And we will accomplish this by using the open source Key Store Explorer tool. So in order to get that to work, the first thing we want to do is we want to go to our, since I'm using Adopt OpenJDK JRE, I'm going to go to my downloads, and I'm going to add the JavaSoft registry keys. So I'm just going to go through here and do change, and make sure that the JavaSoft registry keys are there so that the Key Store Explorer tool will be able to find the Java installation. So let's go next and then change. Okay, so that will add the necessary registry entries for Key Store Explorer. Next, we're going to go to the Key Store Explorer homepage and download the installer. Just click on the download link, and I have it downloaded here. So we just want to double click to install Key Store Explorer application. Yes to confirm administrator. Next, I'm going to install for all users computer. I'm not going to do any file associations, and the default install directory is fine, so I'm going to go ahead and do an install. And I do want a desktop shortcut. Okay. As you can see on the desktop here, I have the Key Store Explorer application. I'm going to open that. The last preparatory step I want to do here is create a search directory under my Tomcat install directory. So I'm going to go to C, Program Files, and mine happens to be installed in Apache Tomcat. So I'm going to go into that folder and create a new folder there. And I will need to confirm administrator and call it certs. CERTS. And I also want to grant my current logon user permission to write files and so forth into that directory. So I'm going to right click it, do properties, and go to the security tab and edit and add my current logon user is just called admin. So find that account and select it and grant full control access. Okay. And OK and OK. Alright, so now we've got the 3 preparatory steps ready. Next, we just want to open the Key Store Explorer application, which I did already. And I'm going to close the tips here. And we're going to do File and then New to create a Key Store file. It's going to be a PKCS12 Key Store, which is the default. Next, we're going to create a key pair within the Key Store. RSA 2048 is correct. Okay, version 3, SHA-256 with RSA. I'm going to set a sample validity period of 10 years. That would only apply if you're using it as a self-signed certificate. So you can see this year's 2021, you'll see 2031 as the validity end on this self-signed cert if you were to use that. I'm going to click the name button and enter in the FQDN of the server. That's the FQDN of this current server the server that I want to the certificate to apply to rather. And I'm going to fill in values appropriate for the CA that I'm using. Okay. And I also need to add some certificate extensions to make this a valid web server certificate. So I'm going to click that button. I'm going to click the green plus sign here. And the first one is going to be extended key usage in OK. And I'm going to select TLS Web Server Authentication. The next extension is key usage rather than extended key usage. Click OK, and this is for digital signature and key encipherment. Okay. The next extension is the subject alternative name. And I'm going to add a DNS name of the FQDN of the server. Also going to add, because this is inside a Windows domain, I just want to be able to specify just the server name without typing the full QDN when I go to that server. So I'm just going to put the server name in there. So you see both of those are alternative names on the certificate. And lastly, I want to use the subject key identifier extension and generate a key 160-bit hash, and OK. So I've got the 4 certificate extensions. Just take a look and make sure that those are typed correctly. Those look good. Extended key usage is TLS web server. Key usage is digital signature key encipherment. And subject key identifier is generate. OK. Click this name button just to make sure that that looks good as well. Okay. Now at this point, Key Store Explorer app is going to generate the key pair, and we're going to give it an alias. This is just a tag name for it. The key pair inside the Key Store file. The default is fine. This is the password for the key pair. Make sure that's the same. Okay, the key pair has been generated. So now we want to save that file as a PFX file. So we're just going to do save. And I'm going to use the same password for the key store as I used for the key pair. Okay. And it wants to know where. We're going to store it in that new directory that we created in the Tomcat application folder. Okay. .pfx. Okay. So now we have saved the key store file into the search directory. So the next step is we actually need to generate a CSR or certificate signing request to send to the domain CA. Okay. So what we're going to do there is we're going to do a right click on the key pair and do a generate CSR. PKCS number 10, SHA-256 with RSA. The distinguished name should already be correct. Make sure that the extensions box is checked. And I'm going to title this file just the server name.csr. Okay. Okay, so we've generated the CSR file. Next is we want to go to the domain CA, which is using our browser, https://servername/certsrv. This is the server name in my domain, so in the sample domain, I'm just going to click that link to go to that certificate server page. Okay, so the next step that we want to do there is we want to go to request a certificate and an advanced certificate request. Now these steps might be slightly different depending on your domain. Okay, so for the certificate request, it wants the base 64 encoded version of the CSR. So to get that one, we can use the Key Store Explorer examine file command and just pull up the CSR file. And you will see in there, there's the requested subject name for the cert. And if you click the extensions, you'll see the extensions that we added when we created the key pair, right? So what it wants, what the web server wants is the PEM format of the certificate. So we want to click the PEM button there and hit copy. So we can copy that certificate request in PEM format to the clipboard. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and do a right click and paste that here. You want to make sure when you do that, you have the begin certificate request lines and end certificate request lines. Okay. In this example, we're creating a certificate for a web server, so we'll choose that option. And again, this may be different depending on your domain and how their CA is set up. Okay. And finally, we're going to click submit. Okay, so now at this point, the domain CA has actually issued us a certificate. We just need to download it and use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to get it in base64 format, and we're going to click the download certificate chain option. Okay. So that's going to download a file called certnew.p7b, and it's going to be in my download folder. I'm actually going to rename this file to servername.response.response.cer. Okay, I don't care about that warning. Okay, and I'm actually going to copy this file into the Tomcat certs folder. So we'll go under Program Files, Apache Tomcat certs, and paste in that file. Okay, so this is the file that we downloaded from the CA. Okay, and we could look at it using the examine file in Keystore Explorer. There's the response file, and you can see there's the CA and the certificate. Okay, with it's got a 2-year. It issued a 2-year certificate. Okay, you can also see the extensions. Some of the extensions are added by the CA, and the other ones are the ones that we requested. For example, subject alternative name is in the certificate. Okay. So at this point, what we're ready to do is actually import the CA response back into the key store to give us a valid certificate. So we're going to do a right click on the key pair and do import CA reply from file, and choose the reply response file and import. Okay, now you will see here that the asterisk has appeared on the file. The key store file has changed. If we double click it to view the content of the key pair, you will see now that the key pair has the full certificate, and you can see that it's a 2-year cert, and you can also see the extensions, for example. Okay, so now we have a valid certificate that's issued from the CA in our key store, and we can save this PFX file. Okay, so now we're ready to actually export the files that will be used by Tomcat in the configuration. So first we want to export the certificate chain. Okay, so we're going to do a right click of the key pair and export certificate chain. We want entire chain in this case, x.509 in PEM format, and I'm just going to call this servername.cer. Okay, export chain is successful. We also need to export the private key, so I'm going to again right click the key pair and export private key, export private key. And in this configuration we'll be using the OpenSSL format. Choose that option. And I do not want to encrypt, and I do want PEM format. So I'm going to just name that servername.key. Okay, and export. And now we have those files in our certs folder. I'm actually going to do a little work here to restrict the permissions of the private key file so that users don't have access to it. I don't need it, so I'm going to go to details, or excuse me, security, and advanced. I'm going to disable inheritance for that file and convert inherited into explicit permissions. And I'm going to remove the users and application packages from the file's access control list. Okay, so now we've got the certificate and the key file. So now we need to install them into the Tomcat configuration. So in order to do that, we're actually going to use Windows PowerShell. We're going to run as administrator. And I'm going to change to the Tomcat conf directory, this example. So I'm going to click in here and copy that path. Okay. And set dash server.xml, so I'm going to make a backup copy of that file. And then I want to open server.xml in Notepad. Okay, and what we want to search for is actually the string connector port equals 8443, and we want to find the one for APR native in this configuration. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to do a Control F, oops, and yep, and paste that in there. Connector port 8443. Just scroll this down a little bit. This is actually the one here, APR native, HTTP2 SSL TLS APR native. This is what we want. You can see from the tags here and here that it's currently commented out. So I'm going to highlight this here, select that text, and scroll down, and let's paste that in there. Right, just like that. And I'm actually going to use the standard port 443 for this server. And we just need to make a few changes here. Instead of the certificate files being in conf, we've got them in certs, so we'll change that. And the key file is server name.key, and the certificate file is certs filename.cer, and we actually do not use certificate chain files, so I'm going to highlight that line and delete it. Okay, so now we can save the server.xml file, and now we can just use our Windows standard services applet to restart the Tomcat service. So I'm going to go to the services. And just restart that service. Okay, here's Tomcat. And I'm just going to do a restart here with the restart button. And that causes the Tomcat server to reload the server.xml file. Okay, so now Tomcat is up and running. We can take a look at the log file and see if the Tomcat server has finished initializing. We get content and the Catalina log file, -wait. Okay, it looks like the server did start up, so it's ready to go. So now all that's left is to actually open that page in a browser and see if it works correctly or not. So HTTPS, and I'm going to use the subject alternative name we set in the certificate. So just like that, server name. And if we don't get any errors, we have a successful certificate installation. And we see the regular lock sign, which is good. So then we can click the site information and certificate. Oops, let's go back to our browser here. Yep. And you can see it was issued to our server and issued by the CA and the validity period of the certificate. So the certificate is valid. So I hope that this tutorial was helpful to help you install domain certificate in Tomcat. This is Bill Stewart, and in this video I'm going to demonstrate how to install and run SyncThing as a Windows service. Now if you haven't used SyncThing, it is a open source file synchronization tool. You can show the web page here, syncthing.net. And they do offer, you can just go and download the application. However, there's not a Windows installer that installs and runs SyncThing as a Windows service. So what I did is I went out there and I created a Windows installer for SyncThing. And you can get that at github.com/bill-stewart/SyncThing Windows Setup. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that and go over to that GitHub site. And you can download the installer by going over to the releases section and finding the latest setup executable. As I record this, the latest version is 1.23.4. So you can go and click and download that file. And I do have that if you look in my downloads folder. Okay, so SyncThing as the installer. So the next step is to install the SyncThing package for all users. Now the advantage of installing as administrator is that it will create a Windows service that will sync files even if no users are logged on. So I'm going to go over there and I'm going to double click to do the install for all users, and the shield icon indicates that it requires administrator. So I'm going to have to supply administrator permissions, administrator password to go out there and install the package. You can see the license and next, and it's going to install on the C drive by default. It will create a start menu. On this configuration page, it's asking some details about SyncThing. The automatic upgrade will update the syncthing.exe file automatically. It will check every 12 hours to perform that. The GUI configuration page, 127.0.0.1 or localhost means that the GUI will only be accessible on this computer where it's installed, which is an appropriate default. So I'll leave that default, and it will use TCP port 8384. So I'm going to click next, and I do want SyncThing to start automatically when the system boots. So I'm going to go ahead and click next. You see the installation details on this page, and go ahead and click install. And we're also going to want to repeat the installation steps on, you can see this is client 2. Over on this computer, this computer's client 1, where I just completed the install, and it's asking if I want to start the service. I'm going to go ahead and start it. Over here on client 2, I've also downloaded the package because I have to install SyncThing on both, for both computers where I want to synchronize. I'm going to go to my downloads, and I'm going to double click install for all users. Again, I need to provide administrator permissions or credentials. I'm going to click next. I'm just going to accept all of the defaults, just like on client 1 machine. So while that's completing the install, what I want to do is actually I want to share my documents folder between machines. So I'm going to actually go to see users. My username is, for this example, is K Dyer and documents. And you can see I have some files in here. I have my how-to document, and I have a couple other test 0 and test 1 files in here. So what I want to do is I actually want to share this folder between computers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do right-click my documents folder from here and say properties, and I'm going to go to the security tab. And what we need to do is when we install as a service, SyncThing installs a local account called SyncThing Service, ACCT, or SyncThing Service account. And we need to be able to grant, we need to go out there and grant that service account permission to modify the folders. So this is actually a local account, so I'm going to click the computer name, and I'm going to put in the username, SyncThing Service ACCT, check names, and you can see there's the account. Click OK. I'm going to click modify and OK. These are just links that we don't need to worry about errors on. We'll just continue past them. And you can see here the SyncThing Service account now has modify on my documents folder. Okay, that's where I want to share. Now, over here on client 2, yeah, we're gonna, the install finish, we're gonna start the service. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go and we're gonna go to users, and we're gonna find the documents folder, and we're gonna grant that service account permission on the security tab. So we're gonna click edit, and we're gonna add, and since I'm on a domain, I'm gonna click the computer name. If you're not on a domain, you won't need that step. Okay, and check names. Okay, we're going to grant modify permission, and we're going to continue past those link errors, which is fine. And you can see the modify permission is now set on the documents folder. So now going back to client 1, at this point we have SyncThing running on both computers, and we just need to specify the configuration. So we're going to go to all apps in Windows 11, or wherever you go to find your list of programs that are installed. Go to the SyncThing folder and open the configuration page. And this warning is simply saying that the HTTPS, it's using secure web interface, but the Edge browser doesn't know the certificate. And that's okay because it is a self-signed certificate. That error is expected. So I'm going to click the advanced and continue. Okay, and now it's going to prompt whether I want to perform anonymous usage reporting for SyncThing data collection. I'm going to go ahead and say no. And I also want to click settings for the username and password for the GUI. So I'm going to go to settings, click the GUI tab, and provide credentials here. Once I set this, it will prompt me to log on with those credentials, which I just entered. Okay, and sign in. So now we have SyncThing running on client 1, but it's paused because there's no folders or anything for it to take any synchronization actions on. I'm going to close these other tabs. And the first thing I'm going to do is I want to add this documents folder to the configuration, this folder here. So I'm going to copy this path actually, and I'm going to add it as a folder. And SyncThing will provide a sort of random string of characters as the folder identifier. Whatever the folder identifier you use has to be unique across all of your synchronizations. So I recommend leaving the actual folder ID as the default. And you'll see as the folder path, because it's running as a service account, it suggests a path for the service account. But I don't actually want that. I want to synchronize this folder here because I granted the service account permission. So I'm going to copy that folder path, and I'm going to go and paste it in here. Okay, and that will save it. Now this folder is, as it says, is currently unshared. The next step we want to do is we want to add that same folder on the other end on client 2. So we're going to go ahead and bring up the configuration page. We'll find under our installed programs, configuration page. And we'll do the same steps here as we did on client 1. We're going to go ahead and allow the connection, and we're going to say no to data collection, and we're going to specify the GUI credentials. Okay. Save, and it's going to prompt me to log on with the credentials I just added. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing as we're going to add, only the difference here is since this is going to be a synchronized folder, we need to use the same folder ID. This is a different, because it's on client 2, SyncThing generated us a different folder identifier. So we actually need the same folder ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to say edit, and we're going to copy. And actually I'm going to call this folder after the folder name that I'm sharing. I'm going to call it documents, and then I'm going to copy this folder identifier and save that. And you can see it's now called documents. Okay, and I'm going to go back to I'm actually going to paste that ID, and I'm going to also call it documents on the other side. the folder ID has to match, and we also want the path to match, or whatever folder I want on the other side. So I'm going to copy that, okay, and I'm going to paste that in there. So I'm going to share. It's going to use the same folder ID on both sides, okay. And so now both client 1, this is client 2 here, and here going back to client 1, they both say it's an unshared folder. So now we need to add the devices. Both computers need to see each other as a remote device. So if each computer has its own identifier, just like folders, and if you click under the actions and show ID, you'll see this this computer starts with IT6, okay, and on the other side, client 2, actions show ID, this one is EROJI7R, okay. So when we go back to client 1, we're going to add a remote device, and we will see this identifier. This is client 2 that we just looked at. So we're going to go ahead and add that, and then we want to share. What folder do I want to share? I'm going to go ahead and click Share Documents with Client 2 and save. Now, when I go over to Client 2, you will see a prompt in the interface that Client 1 wants to share, and it tells me the client ID, which you can validate by going to the identifier under Actions. This is Client 1, right? And we look over at Client 2, and Client 2 is saying, oh, this guy wants to connect to me. So we're going to go ahead and add, and we're going to share, and we're going to share documents, just like on the other side. And so now, when I look on Client 2 in my documents, what SyncThing has gone out there and done is it's copied my how-to document and test 0 and test 1, and over from Client 1. And if I go back in Client 1, we'll close this, go look back at documents, it copied test 3 and test 4 from Client 2. Okay, so it's synchronizing the folders. And the nice thing too is if I look on Client 2 and if I sign off, and let's say I create a folder here, a new document, let's say test 10, and we're going to put some text in there, test 10, right? And we're going to save it. So now in our shared folders we have my how-to doc 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 10. Now if we look back over here, no one's logged on, right? But I'm going to go ahead and log on now. Oops, wrong password. Log back onto Client 2, which we can see here if we go down to my About. This is Client 2. We look here, and if we go into Documents, we should see that file 10 added, and there it is. If we look in open it up, there it is, test 10. So what I was demonstrating there is that the synchronization happens between the two computers even though no one was logged on. So that's the advantage of using the Windows service. So if you look here back on Client 1, you'll see the Documents folder is shared, the path, and the folder ID, and the computers that it's shared with. And if you look on the other end of the connection, we'll bring the configuration page back up. We'll find it under SyncThing and the configuration page. And again, I have to log in because I had logged off a moment ago. Right? When we look at the documents, it's the share path, the folder path is here, the folder ID is here, and you can see that it's shared with Client 1. So any files I add or delete on either side will get synchronized between the two computers, even if no one's logged on. And you can see the if you open up services on the computer and click on that, you will see the SyncThing service as an installed Windows service, And if you are an administrator, you can stop and restart and so forth. And if you look in the service, you'll see on the logon that it's running as that service account, which is why we need to go in there and grant the permissions on the documents folder right here. Right? We had to grant that service account permission. And any folders that you want to sync, you'll need to go in here and specify the modify permissions for the service account for it to be able to synchronize them back and forth. Okay, so I hope that this tutorial is helpful to you in showing how to install and run SyncThing as a service on Windows. This is Bill Stewart, and in this video I'm going to show how to install the XWiki application on Windows. It's a Java-based application. In this environment I'm using PostgreSQL with single sign-on, so naturally these instructions are going to be focused on that. So if you have a different database, you'll have to change some of these to suit your database. So the first thing we need to do is download the correct packages. And the first one is going to be the Java Runtime Environment, or JRE, from adoptopenjdk.net. We'll go to the archive page so we can find the correct JRE download for 64-bit Windows. So that's that link there. And I actually have that file downloaded right here. Okay, so next we need to download the PostgreSQL JDBC driver. So again, if you have a different database, you would use a different JDBC driver. Go to Downloads and download the JDBC driver, most recent, which I have downloaded here. Next is my custom Tomcat installer that I got permission from Apache from my GitHub page, github.com/bill-stewart/Apache Tomcat setup. I'll go to that page. See some other tabs. In the documentation, there is a link to the download on the releases. And here, Apache Tomcat 9. We need Apache Tomcat 9 here, which I have downloaded here. Okay. Next one is go to my personal website, westmesatech.com, and there's some downloads we need from that page as well. Go to XWiki. The first one is the Notepad 2 installer, which I have downloaded here. That text editor will allow us to work with the XWiki configuration files, which use Unix line terminators. We also need the XWiki setup database Postgres and XWiki Waffle Tomcat 9 lib downloads, which I have downloaded here. Okay, so those are the prerequisites. The next thing we want to do is complete the package installs. So first we're going to install the JRE. We have to complete this step before installing Tomcat because Tomcat requires the Java installation. So I'm going to agree to the license there. And I'm going to install only the base feature, the JRE, and I don't need to add to path or do any of the other tasks. I am going to change the install directory to a shorter name just to simplify the path. JRE 11, like that. Okay, and we'll click install and confirm the administrator, yes. So after the JRE completes, then we will install Tomcat. Okay, so run the Tomcat installer with a double click and confirm administrator, yes. And we also, when we get to the end, configure it to run as the database owner account. So we'll accept the license agreement, information about the installer, the default directory is fine. I'm going to just do a core only install to not install any of the standard Tomcat web applications. Go to next. The standard program group is fine. I'll leave the defaults here, set file system permissions, and automatically start service at reboot. You'll notice that the installer found the jvm.dll file, the Java virtual machine, which is required by Tomcat. Next, now on this page, we're going to configure the service to run as the database owner account. And I'm going to specify 1 gig of memory, which really isn't enough to run XWiki correctly in a production environment, but for a demo use, it's just fine. So we've specified the database owner account and the memory. Look through here for the installation details and run the install. Step here, we're actually going to run the manager application, leave the checkbox selected on this last page of the installation here, so that we can specify the password for the account that's going to run the service, which is the database owner. So I'm going to specify the password and click OK. We're not ready to start the service yet because we haven't configured the application. Okay, so we need to finally we need to install Notepad 2. I'm going to run that installer. Install for all users. Confirm administrator access and accept license. In Notepad 2, I do want to create a desktop shortcut. I'll be using that and run the install. Okay, so we've installed the JRE Tomcat Notepad 2. Now, the next step that we want to actually complete is to create the XWiki database in the PostgreSQL server. And that's the purpose of the download from westmesatech.com, is those scripts are in that zip file. So what I actually want to do here is I want to extract the content of those setup scripts. Do a right click and extract, and I'm going to go ahead and put them in the downloads folder, which is fine. We don't need to show extracted files when completed. Let's do a refresh here. And here are the files with the .sql extension. I'm actually going to copy this this path so I can put those files for that database owner user. I'm going to run a command line as administrator. Open this PowerShell. Set location, open quote, and go to hit Control V, paste in that path, close quote, and GCI lists the files. Now let's see if we can find that. Yep, that's the correct path. So what we want to do is copy use my tab completion. Okay, copy those files, hit up arrow a couple of times, and now you can see that the DB owner account has those SQL scripts available in that profile. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch user to the database owner account. Log on as that user. I'm going to open the pgadmin tool. So of course right now I'm logged on as the database owner account, which has permission. It's basically the administrative user for the PostgreSQL database that's installed on this machine. I'm going to expand my servers. Now, because I'm using single sign-on, it will just use the current user, which you should see if I click OK. You can see it did allow me to log on. I'm going to expand the databases node, and you'll see that I have the one Postgres database available at this time. I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to go to Tools and then use the Query tool, because we need to run a couple of queries that were stored in those SQL text files in order to create the database for XWiki and to grant the permissions on it. So I'm going to use my Open button here to select that file. I copied those to the Documents folder, so I'm going to go into that folder and find the database, the create database script, and select that. And I need to actually highlight this and type the correct it is case sensitive, so I need to put the correct name in there and press F5 or click the execute button to tell PostgreSQL to go ahead and create that that database. I'm going to open the other file, and I can let's go ahead and save it, and then I can open the other script, the grant schema. Okay, so select, and again I need to replace this with the correct username. Again, it is case sensitive, so press F5 or execute. Okay, I'm going to save that script as well. Close. Okay, if I do a refresh here, you will see the XWiki database listed right in the databases, and there it is. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the pgadmin tool and log off as this user, and log back in as my admin. Okay, so now we have run the SQL scripts, so we are ready to extract the archive data. So the first one, so now we are ready to extract the archive files. So we're going to go to Program Files and Apache Tomcat Web Apps, and we're going to make a web application folder for XWiki. I'm going to continue. I'm also going to grant my current logon user permission to write into this directory because it will simplify editing the configuration files. So I'm going to right-click Properties, Security, Edit, and add my current logon account, which is just admin. Okay, and give modify permission. Okay, and okay. Let me copy this path here. We actually want to also create a permanent directory for XWiki. This is a directory that the database owner account has permissions to write to that XWiki uses for its file storage. So I'm actually going to go to Program Data, and I'm going to create a folder for XWiki here, and I need to give the database owner account permission to write to that folder. So I'm going to go to Security and Edit and Add, and okay, and give modify and okay. So now we want to actually extract the XWiki war file into the XWiki directory. So I'm going to go back to Program Files, Apache Tomcat, Web Apps, XWiki, currently empty. Again, I'm going to copy that path. I'm going to go back to my downloads, And one of the easiest ways to do this, since a .war file is just a .zip file, I'm going to hit F2 and just rename to zip and ignore that warning. And I actually want to extract, and I want to extract to that path. Okay, so now we've extracted that, and if we look into that folder, program files, Apache Tomcat, web apps, XWiki, you will see the extracted files. We also need to place, as it notes here, we need to copy the JDBC driver and the files from that XWiki waffle tomcat9 lib.zip file. We need to put those into the tomcat lib directory. So I'm going to show that. First is go to the downloads. It doesn't matter when we're going to do this. So I'm going to do find the PostgreSQL driver, copy that. I'm going to go to program files Apache Tomcat lib and paste it in there, right here. Continue. Okay, so it's copied there. And the other one is we need to extract that, the content of the waffle libraries into that folder as well. So I'm going to get the path of that folder. I like that, copy, and I'm going to extract that into that directory. So I'm going to give that a right click and extract, and I'm going to delete that, paste that in there. I don't need to show extract files, extract, and do this for all, continue. You'll need administrator permission, do this for all current, continue, and it will extract the jar files, okay, into the lib folder. Okay, so now we have created the correct directories and extracted the correct archives to the correct locations. The last step is to configure the files for the XWiki application. And the first file is the hibernate.cfg.xml file. So you will find that file in C program files, Apache Tomcat, web apps, XWiki, web.inf. So the hibernate.cfg.xml file specifies, close this folder here, specifies the database to use for XWiki. So I'm going to give this a right click and drag into the folder here and copy so that we have a backup copy. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drag and drop that file over to Notepad 2 so I can open it. I'm going to find default database, and I'm actually going to comment out the default database settings. So I'm going to highlight that line and Control X and Control V. So now the default database is commented out. I'm going to find PostgreSQL, and I need to uncomment PostgreSQL. So I need to find the close comment marker, which is right here, and Control X and Control V. Okay. Now, since I'm using single sign-on with the waffle libraries, I need to go to the end of the URL and put in $GSSlib equals auto. Okay, and it's localhost because it actually is running on the local machine. And I also need to comment out using XML commenting the username and password. Since we're using single sign-on, we do not use the username and password in this configuration. So we'll comment those out. We'll save the XML file and close it. The last step is let's make a backup copy of the xwiki.properties file. Do a right click and drag and copy so we have a backup of that. And we're going to do the same thing, drag that to Notepad 2, and we're going to find permanent directory. Okay, hit escape there. Let's delete the comment marker here and change this path using /. Okay, see program data XWiki, and it's not commented, and we'll save and close. Okay, so at this stage we're now actually ready to start the Tomcat server. So you can do that using the Windows Services applet, and you can also go to the Apache Tomcat program group and configure the service. You'll have to confirm administrator access and start the service that way. You can also use start-service in Windows PowerShell if you're running as administrator, netstart, Tomcat, whatever the service name is, etc. Right? It's a standard Windows service. So the service is now started. And so what we want to look at now is open up PowerShell window and go to the Apache Tomcat logs folder so we can see the status. So let's find the logs directory here. This is where Tomcat creates its logs. We'll copy that path. Location, and we'll paste that in there. Okay. Catalina is the log file name for Tomcat, and we use -wait so we can check the status of the startup of the service. And you'll see here that the Tomcat server is actually now deploying the web application XWiki, and this screen will move once Tomcat finishes actually deploying that web application and makes it available for use. So this virtual machine environment isn't very fast, so I'm going to pause until the application's ready. Okay, so you can see that the web application finished deploying slowly on this virtual machine. Hit Control-C to cancel the scrolling of the log file error. So now that the application is finished deploying, you can actually go to can close this. Localhost port 8080 XWiki, right? So that's how Tomcat is installs as default on port 8080, and hit return. And shortly begin to see the XWiki initialization messages that starting the application in the browser. See the application finished initializing, and we get the as expected distribution wizard for the XWiki application, where we can continue to set up XWiki. So the installation is complete and running on Windows. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Hopefully it was helpful to you. This is Bill Stewart, and in this video I'm going to show you how to configure the XWiki application, Java application on Windows Server using integrated Windows authentication. This is a nice setup that uses single sign-on to a Windows domain. It is specific to Windows because it uses Windows-only Java libraries, but it's a good use case for installing on a Windows Server because the application is managed by domain accounts. Security people should like this, right? Because there's a single account that's the domain account. There's not a separate account, separate password policy, etc. It's managed simply by logging onto the domain, and the application will get access based on that account. So in order to do this, the first thing that we want to do is go to the XWiki application. You see I'm pulling up the application here. I'm going to sign in using the initial owner administrator account that I created when I installed the XWiki application. So I'm going to log into that account. go to the menu here and administer the wiki, since I'm now logged in as the root or owner account of the wiki application. So I'm going to go to extensions and extensions. And what we're going to do is install the LDAP Authenticator application extension into the wiki. Okay, so we're going to search for all extensions, and I'm going to search for LDAP. Oops, let's do that in here. LDAP Authenticator. Search for that extension. And you'll see here it's available for install. So I'm going to click the install on farm to install the extension. The first click does a check for dependencies, and the continue button will actually go and download and install the extension. Okay, so you can see it is now marked as installed. So I'm going to go back to the wiki homepage and actually log out from, let's go back to home here and sign out, log out of the administrator account on the wiki. Okay. Back out there. Okay, so now that we've got the LDAP Authenticator extension installed into XWiki, the next step is that we actually need to configure the service account that's running the Tomcat application server, which if I go to my services applet and double click on there, you can see the account that's logging on is domain name / in my case XWikiDB owner. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to a Windows PowerShell command line and do set spn-l and Control V to paste in that owner account. And we can see what service principal names are set up on this account. Right now it's only the Postgres account, so or the Postgres database service principal name. So I actually need to do -a and then HTTP capital letters / and the FQDN of the server that's running the application, and then the account. So it's going to add that service principal name. I'll do a couple of up arrows there to check it again, and you can see now the HTTP the service principal name is now attached to that account. So we've got that. Now we need to do some work in Active Directory. I'm going to open my Active Directory users and computers. There's a couple of accounts that we're going to need groups and things. So the first thing is under users. Here is the database owner account. We're actually going to need to create another user account for LDAP for the LDAP Authenticator application. This account does not require any special rights in Active Directory. You can see here it's just a member of standard domain users account. It's just a account that can read Active Directory. Okay, that's all you need. And you'll notice under my account tab, I do, would be recommended to use password never expires, because this is basically what we might refer to as a service account that has read-only access to Active Directory. Okay, so that's the first account. I've also created a sample admin account that we will demo the access to the XWiki application. We also need to set up a couple of groups in Active Directory. I'm going to go to the groups container here. The first one is a domain group that provides access to the application itself. When the Tomcat server gets a user that's a member of this specific group, it will actually allow the connection to the web server. If the user is not a member of this group, the connection will not be allowed. So you can manage access to the application simply by changing the membership of this group. And if you look in here in the Members tab, I've granted everybody in the domain access to the application. The other group, as you can see here, is the XWiki Admins group. This group will be granted administrative access to the XWiki application. So obviously it needs to be a member of the users group or they can't authenticate to the web server. So we need to add the admins group to the users group, but this shows how you can manage the access, administrative access to the application simply by changing the members of the domain group, right? And I've created a sample XWiki admin account and made it a member of the admins group, of the XWiki admins group, okay? So those are set up. One last thing that you may need to do, depending on your browser, and I'm using the Edge as Chromium version of Microsoft Edge as an example, you may need to configure so that the single sign-on will work correctly using the browser. So I've created a GPO that has the Edge settings in it. I'm going to go to the Settings tab here, and it depends on again what your browser setting is, but HTTP authentication, you can see I've allowed servers that are allowed to do the Windows integrated authentication to any server that's in with that star.fabricam.local, that FQDN. My server in this example will be xwiki.fabricam.local. That will match that pattern, so the single sign-on will work. Okay, so we've got the prerequisites all set up. So now we need to download some support files from the westmesatech.com page. I'm going to go ahead and go to that page and show you the XWiki page there has some downloads for us. The first one is the Notepad 2 editor. If you don't already have that installed, I have a desktop shortcut to that tool so that I can modify the XWiki configuration files that use Unix line terminators. Okay. We also need the Tomcat 9 lib files, which is this file here, Tomcat version 9, and we also need the configuration file fragments that I've also downloaded. I've downloaded these. The Notepad 2 is already installed, but the downloads are here, the config file fragments and the lib files. Now, if you don't already have the lib files installed, what you're going to want to do is extract the content of that zip file to the program files Apache Tomcat lib directory. And you can see I've already extracted them here. One of the files is waffle Tomcat 9 and a version number there. So I've already put those in the lib folder. Okay. So now that we've got everything, you need to go and extract the fragments. Actually, let's go to the downloads and do an extract of the config file fragments. And go ahead and put them in the downloads folder. I don't need to show extracted complete. Go ahead and extract these files. Let's refresh here, so you can see the configuration file fragments. So we actually need to go to the XWiki program, the installation on the system, and that's under Web Apps, Program Files, Tomcat, Web Apps, XWiki, and the first one is the meta-inf folder. And we need to update the context.xml file with the fragment that we downloaded with some code from there. So I'm going to do a right-click and drag and do a copy here so that I have a backup copy of that file. And I actually want to open that file. Close this tab now. I'm going to open this file using Notepad 2. Okay. And I actually want to go to the downloads and open the content. Let's close this. Do this the other way around. The meta-inf context XML, that's what we want to first line of the context tag inside the context.xml file. So I'm going to highlight that and copy. Just under the first context tag right here, I'm going to paste that content in there. So you can see it adds some stuff for the integrated with Windows authentication. Okay. So I'm going to close and save that file. Next, we are going to go to the web-inf directory, and we need to update two files in there, web.xml and xwiki.cfg. So I'm going to go to that folder, xwiki and then web-inf. The first file is web.xml. I'm going to make a backup of that one. Okay, and the other file, as it says here, is the xwiki.cfg file. So I'm going to go to that file, do a right click and drag and copy, so we have a copy of that as well. So the first one that we want to get the fragment to, let's go to downloads, is go to the web-inf web XML, and let's open that in Notepad 2 and copy the content of this file. Oops. Do that with the keyboard and copy. Let's go back down to web-inf and find the web.xml file and open that in Notepad 2. Now just above, as it says, the first filter tag in the comment here, I'm going to go ahead and hit return and paste that content right in there, as it says, just above the first filter tag. And what we want to do is we actually want to put in between the role name tags here, we need to put in the group, the Active Directory name of the name of the Active Directory group that will allow users to authenticate to the web server. So that's actually the pre-Windows 2000 account name of the group. So domain name / just do a copy and paste to make sure we're not making any typos there. Put that in there. Right? And we'll do the same with the other name tag. Okay? So now we have specified who can authenticate to the web server. Save and close that. And the last file that we want is the xwiki.cfg file. We need to paste some lines to the end of that file. Let's go back to downloads and get that content. We'll open it in Notepad 2. And we'll select all and copy. Okay. And we'll go back to the web-inf folder and open the xwiki.cfg file, which is right here in Notepad 2. We'll go to the end of the file and we'll paste that in. Okay. So the first thing that we want to do is to specify the FQDN of a domain controller that's in our domain. And in this demo environment, let's just do a ping of that server name, make sure we've typed it correctly, that we get a response. Control V there, and yep, that domain controller name looks good. Okay, now we want the distinguished name of the Active Directory domain, so that looks like DC equals domain name. Well, we can actually copy and paste that, make sure we type it. Okay. Now we want to specify the account information for that LDAP authenticator account. So that's going to be domain name, and we have to put 2 backslashes here for escaping in this config file. And then we want the pre-Windows 2000 account name of that user account. So we can look at that account and look at the account tab and copy the pre-Windows 2000 name. Okay. And we can paste that in there. And unfortunately, we do have to hard code the password of that account in the xwiki config file. So what I've done is I've just created a sample password to set on that account. You can copy that and make sure that that is set on this account. I'm going to do the reset password command and Control V to paste. And okay, so we've making sure we've set that account password. And as noted before, you probably want password never expires on there. Close that. And I'm going to go back and paste that password into the configuration file. Okay, the last step is we want to specify the DN or distinguished name of the group that should be an XWiki administrator. So in my Active Directory users and computers, that's this XWiki admins group, and I can copy that, the account name of that group. And if you have, which you should hopefully have, the Active Directory module for Windows PowerShell installed, you can put 80 group, get-80 group, and the name of that group in the domain, and you can get, that's a very easy way to retrieve the distinguished name of that group. Okay, so I'm going to do a right click on the title bar here and mark and select this distinguished name and hit enter, copy it to the clipboard and paste it into the xwiki.cfg file. Okay, so now we have specified the server, the distinguished name of the domain, the service account username and password, and the administrators group. Okay, so the xwiki.cfg file is now up to date. I'm going to take an extra step here and change the default permissions of that CFG file so that users don't have read access to it. Okay, which actually I had already set that permission, but you want to watch the permissions of that file because it does contain a password. Right now you can see that users don't have access because I had set that permission up higher in the tree, but that would be a recommendation. Okay, so the last step is, now that all of the configuration files are up to date, we just go to our services applet and do a restart of the Apache Tomcat service. So I'm just going to click the restart there. Now, one thing that's real important to note on configuring this integrated Windows authentication for Tomcat is that these configuration changes will also need to be applied to the next version when you upgrade. So just make sure that you make a backup of these files and the changes that you've made so you can move them forward to the next version if and when you decide to upgrade your XWiki. Okay, so now we can just go back to our browser and we should see the XWiki. We'll go ahead and start the initialization of the XWiki application because we just restarted the service. So you'll see the usual initializing page there. Okay, so you can see that the application initialized. And if I go to the menu, you'll see that I'm logged in as admin, but I do not have administrative access to the wiki because the administer link is not there. And you'll also notice that there is a logout link, but it actually doesn't do anything because I'm already authenticated with a username and password. So or not with a username and password, but rather integrated Windows authentication, single sign-on, right? So there's really not a way to log out because I'm already logged in using my Windows account. And so the other thing that we can demo here is we can show how if I launch using that XWiki admin account, that I will have administrative access. To the XWiki application. So I can open the browser using the alternate credentials here, and you'll see that we'll actually have administrative access. Interface, and you'll notice if I click there, I do have administrator account as a member of that admins group. Right? So this shows how you can manage access to the application simply by changing the membership of the domain group. If I remove this member from the group, for example, and we can also remove the domain users group from the XWiki users. We can remove that out of there. Okay, so XWiki users no longer has domain users, right? So that means if I close the browser and if I run as different user, I will get an error if I try to go to the XWiki page. Okay, let's just go there, and you'll see again 403 forbidden because I no longer can authenticate. Right? So I hope that this video tutorial is helpful in helping you set up integrated Windows authentication on XWiki.
This is Bill Stewart, and in this video I'm going to show you how to install PostgreSQL on Windows using SSPI, which will allow you to access the PostgreSQL database without using a password. The SSPI is a way, that's short for Security Support Provider Interface, I believe is what the acronym stands for. It allows PostgreSQL to detect a Windows account logon and map that to a PostgreSQL database user. So in this way we can access the PostgreSQL database using a predefined user account without having to specify its password. Now in order to do this, there's a couple of prerequisites. First of all, you need a domain service account that already exists. You probably want to set it with password never expires. Secondly, the account's going to need the logon as a service user right. So you can see that if you go to your administrative tools and local security policy under user rights assignment, log on as a service. Now I have a domain account called XWikiDB owner. I named it this because I'm going to use this PostgreSQL database to run the XWiki application. So I called it XWikiDB owner and I granted it the log on as a service user right. So that's already set in this case. Lastly, you're going to need permission to update the service principal name attribute of that domain service account. So you probably will need domain admins for that. So let's go ahead and get started. First, we're going to download the PostgreSQL installer package. Go to postgresql.org. And of course, we will go ahead and go to download and Windows and download the installer. Now in this demonstration, I'm going to download version 10 and we'll go to the Windows x86 64, the 64-bit version. I've already got it downloaded. Go to File Explorer and my downloads directory. And I've already got it downloaded. Now before I just double click to run this installer, there's some command line parameters that I need to give to the installer, and that's because the wizard interface does not give us the option of specifying these specific options when installing. So I'm going to use the command line to actually run the installer. I'm going to copy these command line options, and I'm going to open my Windows PowerShell console as administrator so I can run the installer. Go to my downloads directory, type it quickly. You can see the PostgreSQL installer is here, so I'm just going to do my autocomplete Postgre and hit tab. And now I'm going to paste those command line options in and specify them the way that I want. So the first thing I want to do is specify the super user account. I'm going to use the same username as the domain service account. For the domain service account, I need to delete these extra bits here. use the domain /username format for the service account, and the service name I'm going to specify PostgreSQL-10 for the version number. So now that I've got my command line set up, go ahead and hit enter. And when you run this PostgreSQL installer, it will install a couple of Visual C++ prerequisite packages before the installer wizard appears, so that's completely normal. So we'll see those flash by before the first page of the wizard appears. And there they are. Go to the first page, go ahead and hit next. We'll choose the default installation directory, program files PostgreSQL 10. I'm actually going to deselect pgadmin because I'm going to install that in a separate step, and the version that's in the PostgreSQL 10 installer package is out of date. So I'm going to go ahead and deselect pgadmin, which is as it says here, a graphical interface for working with PostgreSQL. We'll go ahead and deselect that, hit next. I'm actually going to change the data directory to program data. That seems a more sensible installation directory for the database files themselves. Hit next. Now this is where we specify the password, and it's actually the password to the service account. So we want to make sure you specify the existing domain account's password for the service account in this space here. Okay, port 5432 is the standard PostgreSQL TCP port. I'm going to leave the default locale. And the the pre-installation summary will show the data directory, the program directory, the port, the database super user account name, and the service account, and also the service name. So those are set the way that we want. Go ahead and click next, and then hit next to initiate the installation. Okay, it's initializing the files. That's the data directory. Okay, it's starting the database service, PostgreSQL-10 service that we created. Okay, the installation is now completed. I do not need the stack builder, so I'm going to unselect that option and hit finish. So now we've actually installed the PostgreSQL database onto the machine. If you look under your administrative tools and services, go to your services applet, and we'll look in there and we'll scroll down and you'll see the PostgreSQL database service is running. And if we look at the properties, you'll see that it's configured to log on using the domain service account, which is exactly what we want. So that's good. Because we need to make some configuration changes to enable SSPI though, I'm going to go ahead and stop the database service at this time. And I'm going to change to that data directory. So as I mentioned in the steps here, we actually need to update two files, pg_ident.conf and pg_hba.conf, to allow the SSPI logon. So to do that, I'm going to make a backup copy of the pg_ident file, and I'm going to open it in Notepad. File. This file allows us to specify the mapping between the system username, that is the domain name that the SSPI logon sees, which will look like username at domain, and the username in the XWiki in the PostgreSQL database itself, which is just the username. The SSPI tag at the beginning of the line will be used in the pg_hba.conf file. That it's going to specify that tag as to read this file to get the mapping. So we're going to go ahead and save this file. We'll make a backup copy of the pg_hba and open it in Notepad. Okay, go down to the bottom of the file. These initial entries are defaults that the installer creates. I'm actually going to comment all of them out because we want to use SSPI logon. So all of these, so this one there, we'll comment these host lines out and create our own. We specify the database, which is all, the username, which is the super user, from where, localhost, and how will the logon work, SSPI, and what mapping? The mapping from the pg_hba, the pg_ident.conf file. We're going to create two of these. One for IP version 4 and one here's the one for IP version 6. Okay, now we're specifying, we've commented out all of the lines, the defaults, and we're going to exclusively use SSPI to log on to this database. Now, of course, if you need to allow connections from other computers, you would put, a host name or an IP address of that remote computer. You can create more users in your XWiki database, more mappings, etc. But we're just using, in this example, to run this application, we have one super user account, and we're going to use it to log on using SSPI as specified in the configuration here. So we're going to go ahead and close this file and save it. Now we can start the PostgreSQL, I keep saying XWiki, the PostgreSQL database service itself. Okay. You should see it. Yep, and it's up and running, so we're good to go there. Now we actually want to install the pgadmin GUI tool. I'm going to go back to my downloads directory. And I'm going to install the pgadmin. Alright. Now, if I were to double-click it from the Explorer, I would get a prompt to log on as administrator, but since I launched it from the PowerShell window that's already running as administrator, it didn't prompt me for that. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Next. I'm just going to simplify the install directory to just pgadmin. You don't have to do that, of course. I just prefer the shorter name. And the program group name, or start menu folder, just pgadmin. Don't have to change that if you don't want to. And run the install. At this time, so I'm going to uncheck that box and hit finish. And going back to our instructions, we actually need, I did the install of the pgadmin, we actually need to update the service principal name attribute of the service account. And what we do there is we run the set spn command. I'm going to list the existing service principal names set on that service account, set SPN-L, and you can see it just says registered service principal names and then no further output, so there aren't any set. So I'm actually going to use the command here, set SPN-S, Postgres uppercase, and then the fully qualified domain name of the server. Oops, that's the username. Okay, so set SPN-S, Postgres/FQDN of server name, and then the account name, the domain service account name. So it says that it updated the object, so we should be able to run the -L and see that service principal name set, and there it is set there. So we actually want to, because we just changed that, we want to restart. Restart the database service. And it's running under the service account and the service principal name is set. Now the last step that I want to do is just demonstrate that logon by using the PG admin tool while logging on using the database owner account. So I'm going to go ahead and log off from this account. I'm going to log on using the database account. So now we're logged on as the database owner account. I'm actually going to scroll down to the PG admin. Took it a second to populate there. It was just installed. And run the PG admin tool. The PG admin uses the web browser as its user interface. So that's going to initialize. And then under our servers tree, we'll auto add the current local server. Double click on that one. Now it's going to prompt for a password, but because we're already logged on using this account and the mapping is set in the Postgres configuration files, we can just click OK and it will log us on to the
I'll be teaching you how to deploy malicious WAR files into a Apache Tomcat server to get a shell. So then we're gonna do Java, TCP, and then we can do our localhost. Wait for the payload to finish. Bytes, so we are in the root R3. So here, oh, this is right. Yeah, we're just gonna deploy this, and you're gonna see it. Let me just go ahead.
Bienvenidos a un nuevo video tutorial aquí en el canal de Programa Tutos, y en esta ocasión vamos a ver un tutorial muy fácil sobre cómo utilizar esta grandiosa herramienta que se llama wget. Wget nos sirve para descargar muchísimas cosas de internet. Es una herramienta originalmente para Linux, pero también la puedes encontrar en Mac y Windows. Está en todas las distribuciones de Linux. De hecho, copiar dirección de enlace, apretamos enter, vemos que se empieza a descargar. Por aquí lo voy a cancelar y vamos a limpiar la terminal. Le hacemos un ls para listar los archivos. Vemos que menos real nos aparece exactamente lo mismo.
Hola, ¿qué tal amigos de YouTube? ¿Cómo están? Hoy les traigo otro tutorial. En este voy a enseñarles cómo descargar archivos de servidores web o páginas web de una manera muy simple usando el CMD. El primer requisito es descargar el archivo que esta es una herramienta que lo
privilegios es el proceso mediante el cual un usuario o un programa obtiene niveles de acceso o permisos más elevados de los que originalmente tenía en un sistema o en una aplicación. Estos permisos que ya usuario o programa automatizados. Vamos a ver las técnicas manuales de escala de privilegios. Enumeración inicial. La enumeración del activo en local es importante para detectar un posible vector de escala de privilegios. El usuario con el que se ha obtenido acceso es Juan. Con toda la información recopilada, tener que podemos ejecutar son system info, que podemos ejecutar o lanzar También en usuarios, grupos, sistema operativo, firewall y red, la enumeración de un activo de Windows la información de también es muy importante la o mando list. Los permisos sobre un archivo son de escritura de administrador, son estos que vemos a continuación. Linux tiene sistema operativo de hardware y localmente. Mirar a los archivos comprimidos de tipo zip. Para analizar malware en archivos sistemas operativos de System, otorgándoles y no han sido marcados entre comillas. Weak Permissions. Modificando la configuración de un servicio. Cambiar la configuración del es un intérprete de comando. Tiene comandos como que permite módulos escritos en PowerShell que facilitan mucho las labores ofensivas de ciberseguridad continua. Correctas que permitan con un usuario administrador. La ruta